The stream is not live. The stream is totally not live. Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, so my mic works. No more shall we go. We'll get started in a minute or two. I want my tea to fit. That's not done. What are you talking about? I confused the teapot. We'll give it a sec. Yeah, what's Edmund's new game called? I forget. But Edmund McMillan of Binding of Isaac and many other games. Tapeworm. Yes, he has a Kickstarter going live apparently at midnight. So you can check that out. You're doing a simple language in the parsing phase. You're avoiding LLR. So you do the whole grammar thing that's annoying. Any suggestion? Doing multiple ifs by hand is annoying. Well, as opposed to what? What do you mean by it's annoying? What other? So there has to be some way by which you indicate what the grammar of your language is, right? There has to be some way that happens. And by definition, whatever that method is, has to have the amount of information content that is required to encode all the facts about the grammar of your language, right? So if you're saying that a number of if statements proportional to the number of grammar features is unreasonable, I disagree, because how else are you going to encode the information? That's a relatively simple way. But I might be misunderstanding what you're saying. Is there anything that I use in C++ that isn't horrible that C doesn't have? Yeah, auto. I use single inheritance, which isn't horrible, but is not great. I don't know if C has struct initializers now. I think he means he's having trouble parsing ifs. Yeah, the problem you have is the problem you have. That's exactly right. Doing multiple ifs by hand is annoying. No, I think he's talking about if statements in his implementation, not that he's parsing if statements, but I might misunderstand. It's still light there? Yeah, it's going to get dark soon. People are often throwing garbage in the chat here. That is true. It's often why I have to stop reading chat for a while. You're saying it as opposed to creating a whole automaton to define your language. You do ifs by hand for every rule. Yes. I mean, is creating a whole grammar-based parsing automaton simpler somehow. You could try it. You could try doing it both ways and just see. Like if you really don't like the if statements, you can try doing it the other way and just see how much code it is and how much maintenance it takes and all that. But the thing to understand is that no representation is going to have less information content than is necessary to describe the grammar of your language, right? And so, by definition, they're all of some minimum level of complexity, right? Once you understand that, then the difference is like, what is the meaning of that emote? Well, I can't, I mean, people who know. Would I say I enjoy programming itself? Yes, I often do. Often also programming is unenjoyable and painful though. It goes back and forth. I want to do this. No more shall we part. All right. Let me get some more peanut butter M&Ms. Will I show the GDC? What GDC jacket? You mean the... That wasn't from GDC. That was from a conference that I went to this year. That was way better than GDC. Do I feel like programmers are underappreciated? You notice this when showing your non-coder friends something cool and them just shrugging at it. Kind of. I mean, most programmers are bad at what they do, so in some sense they should be less appreciated. Like in the sense that everybody thinks that a random programmer at Facebook is like building the future or whatever. Like that's definitely not true. But the other end is true too. Like programmers who do really amazing stuff, yeah, nobody has any idea what that is. And it's just, it is what it is. You'll notice that if you're ever like really good at anything, especially, that people have no idea what goes into what you do. It's just how it is. Did I watch the physics reveal? Yes, I did. I'm thinking I want to take this thing that's a way that we parse text files and put that into a reusable module that everybody could use. I'll make a little example for it and all that. All right. So I'm going to make a new folder, modules. We're going to say text file handler. We're going to write this to, uh-oh, my T might oversteep. Hold on. Where did today go, people? Today went by so fast. I started making this chai this morning because I didn't want anything too strong yet because it was like 8:30 in the morning, and now it's 8 p.m. Although this is a different set of leaves, but still. What's the ideal tea steeping time? It depends on the tea and the temperature of the water. I mean, come on. Okay. It also depends on how much tea. Like, if you know you're going to do a lot of steepings, like have an all-day tea, if you're throwing in loose leaves, right, you're in control of how much tea goes in there. And you might do a very brief first couple of steepings because there's so much tea in the pot. But because of that, you get many revisits to the same pot, right? Am I a fan of iced sweet tea? I don't like tea that has a lot of sugar in it, no. Okay. Yeah, trying to buy iced tea in Europe is terrible because they all have these little bottled Lipton iced tea, which is the worst. It's brown sugar water and it's not real iced tea hardly. Like, you can't, getting iced tea outside the United States is really hard. Like, it's very difficult to find a real iced tea. Yeah. Yeah, in the South, for sure, they like their iced tea because it's so damn hot. When I lived in Texas, I drank a lot of iced tea every day. Like getting a beer in the USA, I don't think that's true, okay? If you go into like a supermarket and buy cheap beer, that's true. But there's like lots, like every bar, certainly in California, has all these like craft beers that are serious and that beer drinking people say are good. I don't drink beer, so I don't know. So like you have to know what to get, but you totally can get good beer in the USA. You cannot get good iced tea in Germany, right? That's just not going to happen. Yeah, I lived in Austin for almost 2 years. A long time ago, though. I lived in Austin around 2002 to 2004. Okay. We're going to write this out. Whoops, that's not where we wanted that. All right, so we're going to put that there. We're going to delete the file that we just accidentally put. Okay. And then we're going to make some blank files here because I don't want to forget to add this to source control. So I'm going to make a, what do we typically call the files? Do we have like examples? I'm just going to say example. I don't know if it's worth making a big folder. We're going to make an example. Actually, you know what? No, let's put it in a separate folder because it's going to have a data file. Whoops, don't do that. Do that. And then examples, example data.sum format. What do I want to copy? Developer.keymap. All right. That's going to be, I don't know if that's going to be our real example. Maybe we'll simplify it down. Let's just make it a key map. All right. So there we go. There we go. We have examples. We have our module file. That's probably enough. So we're going to add this to source control. Okay. Okay. And we're just going to... no, we don't check that in yet. All right. So then we go to Sokoban. And we'll delete this file. Bam. And go into Sokoban and delete this. And we're going to say import the module. And we're going to see if Sokoban compiles. No, because some of it was not cleanly factored. All right, so we need import basic. We need eat spaces. Where is that? Eat spaces. And eat until weird. Okay. Oh, they're in here. No, they're not in here. Okay, what we have is that this search program is terrible and sometimes doesn't see every file. Oh, it's probably in modules in something else. It might be in basic. Why is this in string? Like, dude, I hate the kind of things that people do sometimes. All right, let's go look at this. So what happened was somebody on the team was like, and this is, so when you put multiple people onto a project, there's just like culture that doesn't get communicated quickly enough, and people start doing things, and then as the leader of the project, you're like, why are people doing this? And this is universal. This isn't, me saying anyone on my team did anything wrong. There's a universal problem you have in all team efforts. Somebody grabbed these and said, these are about strings. We're going to put everything about strings into a module called string. And the problem is that gets you to dependency hell very quickly, because like this module kind of has like regex stuff and whatever, and you should only really be importing it for relatively heavy duty string stuff. It includes some other modules that are relatively heavy duty, and it's like pretty soon you have everybody importing everybody, right? And you don't want that. Otherwise you have like JavaScript. And so, this piece of culture didn't get communicated effectively, which is of course my fault. And so it led to people doing things like import this relatively heavy module. I mean, relatively heavy here means not that heavy compared to most things. But, if this were LLVM source code, everything would be 10 times the size. But nevertheless, like these things, like eat until and eat trailing are not even used by this. So like I bet I can put these in text file handler. And this we can just have a duplicate implementation, because that's better than taking all these redundant dependencies. And then the question is, all right. Okay, so we need file. Oh, that's in, we shouldn't do this way. We're going to refactor this. First, we're going to get it working again. Because, for like if you're doing a game that's especially that's going to ship for real, when you load like the key map file or something, the default key map, like that might not even be a separate, or key map is the wrong example, but any random data file that you're going to process, that might not be in a separate file, and you don't want it to be in a separate file. It might just be some data that's in memory. And so you want this to operate on data in memory. And yeah. Although maybe the convenience of reporting that you couldn't open the file or something is worth it. Anyway, we need to decide one way or the other. Like maybe we have both entry points and we just add a file dependency. It's probably fine. Because if you're using this, you probably do import file anyway. All right. So we are using more string stuff. So I think we are just going to depend on string. So after all my complaining, I'm going to put these back into string. This is how it goes sometimes. I still don't like the fact that you need to take this dependency to get these functions, but in this particular case, I need it anyway. So we're not going to, it might end up that in most particular cases, we would want other things in string anyway, in which case maybe the correct thing is for something that doesn't want this dependency, you just make a little mini thing that just has a few things like this. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, so Sokoban compiles. I don't think we have anything in tests that does text file handler, but let's see. This will probably, this might, I don't know if this is dynamically searching. It doesn't seem to have. So maybe these need to be manually included or something. All right. So this is good. So we're gonna check this in. It's not done yet. Although let's put this in the changelog so we don't forget. We're going to say added text file handler, added modules. How major is that? That's pretty major. Okay. It's a better order. Look at this. I was feeling like I hadn't got that much done this week, and look at that. That's not that bad. It's not that good, but I've been doing other stuff too, so it's fine. And this one has actually been several days of work for that one line of text, and it's not even done, so that's how it goes sometimes. All right. What's the difference between import and load? Load is for your own files. Import is for modules. And certain module logic applies to imports that doesn't apply to loads. I don't want to go into that very much right now because it's off topic. All right. So we've got this text file handler module. Let's check in Sokoban. Use text file handler module. Okay. It's console. Okay. These are other changes that I made a while ago that are, wait, not related. It's fine. I'm just going to be messy and check them in. Boom. All right. So let's make our example. So first I'm just going to program it. And then after this is programmed, we're gonna we're going to comment. Okay. Comment why we do the file open separately. Well, no. Put that here. Okay, so start file. Let me just copy from Sokoban, and then we'll modify. All right, from key map. Okay. There we go. And we'll go through and comment all of this and explain it. I'm not sure exactly how much in the way of these data structures we're going to want to keep. I'm just going to put these here. I've learned to not really like the backslash that much. Anyway, we're going to start with all this stuff, and then this is the part that people care about. So there's parse modifier flags. I mean, this is a lot, like this is starting to be a lot of code that is not the key map file. You know what I mean? And we're not even using the error function. So all this was written before we added a special error reporting function to the text file handler that reports the line, the file and line number, so that you don't have to say that all the time. Okay. So this is way slimmer than like a Microsoft sample program, which has thousands of lines and many files, and most of it is bizarre framework setup, right? This is much, much, much slimmer, but it's still majority code that is not actually how to use the thing. So no check-in, explain this is an abbreviated version of the full thinger. Okay, so for example, we're gonna do this. We're just gonna parse shift, right? Else we do this stuff. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to get rid of the command stuff. And yeah, we'll keep this. We'll get rid of the stomp. So we're just starting to slim it down and have this loop be more about the parsing. And then we want to make this be more about the parsing. I want this map key string. Like this is of course giant, but we're just going to go yeah. All right. So this is about the size of what we want to ship as an example, plus comments. I'm glad everybody is focused and on topic in the chat. Okay. In a real program, we would have some way of initializing the procedures, the information about which procedures you might want to call by pressing keys. For which variables to change, etc. Here we just add a few for demonstration purposes. Fake records for demonstration purposes. Okay. So a single key mapping, modifier flags. We're going to call this key code and not UTF-32. All right. I don't want this to depend on the input module, which is where these key codes are defined. All right, whatever. I'm not going to explain this too much. Our key code is okay. So I'm going to pass that. Okay. So now let's just get this compiling. There's still a lot of stuff that I want to make brief and change, but let's modules. Whoops. Modules, text file handler, examples, example, boom. Okay. Modifier flags. Oh. That's fine. Whoops. I assumed it was an enum, but it wasn't. What does packed mean? Okay, so short name. That's not an advance. Basic has advance. All right. Unicode result we're going to get rid of. Oh boy. No, we're not. Is this, do we have this? All right, good. All right, so short name. We're going to say example data. Okay. Optional. What is optional? What the hell? That's a bug. Emacs. Okay. Okay, so agent, so this is where we're going to use this error. Okay. Okay. That's great. So we're just going to call this function down here. We're going to pass this. Whoops. Not consume next line. What was I? Oh, I'm in the wrong file, bro. That's why I'm so confused. Parse modifier flags. Okay, we just want that. Okay, so let's name these. What are we returning? Key code. Let's all right. So we have this error, and instead of using this agent, this old way of reporting errors, we're going to say error handler. We don't have to say the line number. And in fact, we probably don't need to pass it anymore, which is another, passing line number as a parameter up here behind my camera face. And we don't really need that. Okay. So line number and short name are not going to be needed. That's great. That is why, that kind of thing is why we did it this way, where this has an error function, because otherwise you end up passing all this data all around. So we don't pass either of these. Okay. Well, I screwed up and accidentally edited this. Whoops, now I'm compiling the wrong thing. Okay, so we're still saying log print with agents. Let's kill this. Wait, what? Oh, wait, what? Oh, killed the wrong one. I killed the wrong one. All right. So this is at line 49. We have agents. We're still, okay, we're still. See, this is getting much nicer. Okay, so now we're getting into like storing the data. Okay. Oh no. We don't want to call this key maps. It's a bad name. We'll call it mappings. All right. Makes much more sense. Or does this ignore modifier keys? We're going to get rid of that. Okay. Okay. These are fixed at startup. When you load a key map, we bind keys to procedures from this array. Okay. So you have a key map. We say init key map procs. Add proc the key map, comma, I don't know, jump procedure pointer is null for this isn't a real program. Okay, so jump duck, dive, and dodge. All right. We'll have control down here. Let me parse the modifier flags. All right. Am I getting all the... I'm missing one of them, right? Is it dip? I mean, jump isn't from dodgeball. Dip, yes. You can't have 2 times dodge because we're installing key map procedures. That's just not how it works. You need dodge twice. You can't do dodge twice. That guy was not a programmer from that movie. If this were a real language, you could. Okay. We're just making examples so people know how to do key remapping. That's all we're trying to do. Okay, so here we're going to go init key map procs. Okay, add proc. All right. Okay. Instead of press proc, we're going to call it proc. Okay, whatever. So now we can put dodge twice in the actual key map file. We just can't do it here. All right. Okay. Now, after we have this compiling and running, I think we're going to want to print out okay. Oh, that's not going to work if you don't. If you want to succeed in the game industry, capitalize the letter K. All right. All right, so we have an example. Print, here are the key mappings. Now this is bothering me because our program didn't do anything, so I think we crashed. Yeah. For we're just going to print the struct. Well, let's take a look at what we might have done wrong. We probably failed to open the file, but then text file handler should have. Let's just see. Whoops. Whoops. It's the key map. Didn't even get there, bro. Really? Okay, so we are crashing in start file. That's not good. Well, this is what we get. Let's pop a debugger. It doesn't tab complete. All right, text file handler examples example.exe. That I guess wasn't right. Oh. Really? Modules, text file handler, examples. Text file handler, examples. Isn't that what I said? I guess do we exit? Is that actually what's happening? Why are we not? Why is our debugger failing to debug? What is even going on, bro? All right. Oh, the real... So we are going to be failing to open the file. Let me do this. Whoops. That's what I get for typing Windows paths. Okay. So that actually loaded the file. So we're going to say no check-in. Oh, yeah. Also, figure out why we crash if we don't open the file. That seems very bad. Like, we've never had that kind of a problem, so I'm not sure what's going on. Okay, here are the key mappings we got. That doesn't seem good either. Let's just step through it. Step into. We init our key map procs. We start the file. We get a line. Let's go to, what is it? Is it locals? So we've got, what is it called? Line. Line isn't here in locals. It's weird. All right, line. 33 characters, and it's SF2 unlock all level entries. If we go to our example files, so we see that it loaded it. We see that this is way too long. We're just going to truncate to that for now. Okay. So we're not going to find it. So we should do a log print, right? That didn't go. So that's pretty weird. Do we like not? Is our default logger? Our default logger doesn't do anything. That's what. Let's change that. You know, I think we should log strings unless you override. You know what? If this is fine, let's just see what happens. Okay, so now we're logging this stuff. Bam. Okay, we don't want to necessarily add a new line, I guess. Let's make a write strings in runtime support. Boy, we're doing all sorts of stuff. Add write strings to runtime support. And by default, context.default logger now prints to standard out instead of being silent. Override it if you want silent log output. I think that makes sense. You don't want things to silently, mysteriously fail. So that's why we were crashing without output anything, because we were outputting something. I don't know why we were crashing, but we were outputting something. We might have been crashing when I got back to the example program, probably. That's the most likely. Let's see. Okay, so we have this write string, right? And we're just going to do this. We're just going to do that. It's just useful. All right, so that compiles. And then if we go back into our preload, this abomination that we just did, we're just going to go write strings bracket, ident, bracket, and message. All right, that's better. That's almost like a high-level programming language thing to do in your runtime support where you don't want any dependencies. Oh, I didn't. We need this. So the one place where we need header file-like things is in the preload. All right. Okay, so now we're outputting this stuff. Error at line, whatever, key map proc, unlock. Okay, so let's go into our examples. Uncomment these lines to generate error messages of unfound key map procs, right? So we could say if you hit P, then that does Doge instead of Dodge, right? Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. We're going to want other keys for that. Space is dodge. Control, shift, D is also dodge. WK escape is thinger. W and K are modifier keys that don't make any sense. Dodge, duck, dip, dive. So duck is going to be S. Dip is going to be D. There we go for you people. You think we took out handling of control? No, I put it back. I put control and shift back. I did take it out, but I put it back. Watch. Right there. You snoozed. You snoozed. All right. So we're dodging, ducking, dipping, diving, and dodging, and we're still not actually registering the mappings. Dodged, oh, we need to capitalize. Okay. So now, instead of do that. No, we'll call it add proc. It's simpler. Okay, so, well, once we do all this, I guess we're returning false from parse modifier flags and key code. So under what cases are we returning false? We are saying error, oh, missing, right, okay, well, obviously, if all of them were wrong, there we go. Here are the key mappings we got. Key code 32, proc info, boom, 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 shift pressed, control pressed, shift pressed, control pressed, boom. How is that for a sample program? Key map proc doge. Okay. We'll just print print parsing the key map file. Error messages are a couple of error messages are expected and part of the example. So let's go back here. These lines generate unfound key map procs, unknown modifiers, etc. The following lines. Okay, so there we go. Great. Whoops, let's recompile. I just wanted to put some new lines in there. Done. Here are the mappings we got. Bam. Okay, we're not reporting the messed up modifiers correctly. Maybe because Doge, oh, because if we don't find the proc, we don't even go there. So WK escape is going to be jump. Unknown modifier character W, unknown modifier character K. We're going to go W shift K. Let's try yeah, so that's fine. So that's a pretty good example. Like, I feel like what we do from here is we comment the example, maybe clean it up a little bit more, and comment the actual text file handler, and that'll take a little while. Why is command string empty on the output? What do you mean? Oh, command string. Command string is something we decided not to use because it's something from the game. Like, we don't need that. So all we really want is just this. So that was good catch. All right. And that makes this output a little bit less noisy as well. Let me actually do this. Print the proc this is bound to is comma it dot proc info dot name dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge and jump. Even though we got an error, we added jump. I'm not sure. I don't think we should actually do that. In fact, let's just return false after the first one. That way you don't get mistake data. All right. Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. Are you happy about that? That there is no non-dodgeball content in the final process things, and that we did dodge twice? Okay. Short pause time. Are there any on-topic questions about what we've been doing? We'll do on-topic questions first, and we'll do off-topic questions later. On-topic questions. Where is the actual function that Dodge gets bound to? We did not include it in this example just because we wanted the example to be short. This is supposed to be a realistic demonstration of how you would use this code to parse a key map file. So we don't want to drown it in actual things. So up here, when we said add proc, this argument where we have null would be the proc, right? Let's put 1, right? Proc jump is going to be, we just jumped. We never actually call this in this example. Okay. There you go. So you would have a bunch of things in your program like proc jump or proc dodge or whatever, and you would put them in here. And when, then they get put in this thing, right? Why does proc info have a value in the output if you're passing null? Oh, that's the same question. It's because really there would be no point in looking this up if there wasn't some data besides the name, because you know the name. And so we want to make it a little bit realistic, right? Did you reduce the amount of fingers that get included when you load library functions, or did you fix that somewhere else? Can you test it? I don't know exactly what you mean. Do you have a dependency tree thinger? You can certainly do that yourself. Your meta program gets all the information about what you're loading. I don't have a thing right now that outputs that in a neat format. But it's just because I didn't make one. There's a function declaration that ended in a brace semicolon. That's legal. Just like in C++, if you do that, it's legal. Like semicolons on lines by themselves are legal because it just means empty statement. That's true in most languages that have semicolons. So that's just what that ends up being. I don't see what you're talking about, though. Maybe it was in a different file. What is proc meant to stand? Procedure. Look, if you don't know what a procedure is, all of this is going to be over your head. Sorry, but that's just the case. Like, this is a thing that is very commonly done. Like, you have some function that you call, maybe in other languages you would call it something else, but in C or C++ or maybe even JavaScript, you would call it a proc. It's just a thing that you run. I mean, dude, even in RPGs, you call it a proc because programming language snuck into all these frickin' RPG players know that their magic spell runs a particular proc every 10th of a second or whatever. At some point when the spoon gets so large, you may find you need to invent some, whatever. I don't know what that means. All the cool new languages use fun or fun, except that we're trying to be, so function actually means something specific in math, and we're trying to reserve the word function only for that. Most procedures are not functions in an imperative language. Now, I don't know if I'm going to maintain that because procedure has an extra syllable. It's easier just to say function, but yeah. Is there a new video on depression motivation in the pipeline? Been a while since last one. No, I mean, I said everything I had to say in that one. If that one's not good enough, I don't have anything new to say. Not right now. Your parallelism course uses proc for processor. Okay, well, that's confusing. Is the preload module eventually going to be built directly into the compiler, or could someone write their own version of the preload? See, I'm not sure about that. Like, you definitely don't really want to mess with the preload because you can easily break something. However, if you really, really know what you're doing, you maybe could substitute some things. It's just, I don't think you really want to. I think if you want to substitute anything, it would be runtime support. Like if you change any of this stuff, if you add stuff to type info string, you're going to crash programs. Like none of this is anything that you want to change, honestly. But if you really, really had a good reason, you could. But I think that we're going to do that by maybe there's a compiler option to substitute the preload, like a command line option. And then maybe this file would be built into the compiler. I don't do that right now just because it's really inconvenient and annoying to like have a string in C++. Like that's garbage disaster. So look at that date right there, man. So I think for robustness and speed purposes, you actually would want to build this file into the compiler, but you probably want to have a way to override that. Did I fix the file name thing? No, not yet. What does the architecture look like at an abstract level? Well, it's a programming language that compiles your program text into a program that you could run. It does this by being an executable that reads the file, performing processing, and outputting machine code. Let me warm up some tea. How do you know what machine code to write? Isn't it processor dependent? For now, we only support x64 processors, although with a small amount of work, we could probably get the LLVM backend to do other CPUs. Is that threading crash fixed by the recent architectural insight I had? Yes, in principle it is. However, I have not actually fixed it yet. Modern C++ is this thing called raw string literals. Okay, well maybe I'll look that up. That might help. The previous question about the proc. Oh, the other reason not to have this built into the compiler is just because you want people to be able to read it. But they could just read a copy of what's in the compiler, I guess. I don't know. Previous question about the proc info having a value even though it's assigned null meant in the console output, the structs were printed with numeric values. Okay, you mean this? These are not supposed to be null. These, okay, these are not pointers to the actual procedure. These are pointers to the proc infos, which are these things. Those are pointers to these structs that live here, okay? So basically, when you get a name of a procedure, we look it up in this array. And if we find it, we take the pointer to that whole element, which also, has the name and the procedure. So these are pointers to this whole thing. They're not this, right? They're not this value. They're this whole thing, if that makes sense. That way you can put all kinds of information in here and look it up later. Taking the compilers course from Stanford on edX, it's incredibly interesting and difficult. I think I ran through that really fast to see what people were teaching, and I hate to break it to you, but it's actually very introductory. Like, it won't get you to the point where you can, like, it's good, correct information, but after you take that entire class, to be ready to make a real compiler, you need to do a lot of work of just, practicing it and thinking about things and stuff. Like that class does not take you all the way. You can easily rebind something in the keymap proc info at runtime. I wouldn't change the keymap proc info. You could. What we do is we reload the keymap file if you modify it and re-look up the entries. Maybe it might be worth including an example of how to call. No, that's too far off the topic. This is about loading the file and why you might do so. I mean, if people can't figure out how to call jump from this, that's a little too Stack Overflow-y. Like that said, I mean, we haven't commented it and made it as understandable as we will in a little bit. So it'll get a little better, but yeah. Should we review the file open crash? Yes, we definitely should. I don't think there was any crash. I think our output was just going nowhere, and then we were just returning from main, right? So let's put some stuff here, right? And I think now, yeah, we just say unable to load file, and then we return. So there was no crash. It was just me being confused, because our default logger goes nowhere. Okay. Let me see. I think I can still say this. So I think we're going to just assume that the data file is in the same path as this, right? So we're just going to say file name is tprint file path and example data.keymap. It's worth thinking about if we want to keep this short name. Let's see if we use that at all. We'll leave it in there for now, but we'll just say it's advisory. Does array add keymap procs return a pointer to an added element? Yes, it does. And then you fill in the elements. There's different ways to add to an array, right? You can pass the value in, but if the value that you would pass in is going to be large, You might not want to copy it, even though the compiler may optimize out that copy, it may not. And so it's just a way of doing it. And also, you don't actually, like, again, if we're talking about type inference and stuff, if you're going to do, I do it two different ways, actually, right? Like up here, I say I declare this thing that's a single key mapping and fill out the members, and then I array add it, right? And there it's because maybe I don't want to add it if there was an error, right? And we throw it away in that case, otherwise we add it, right? And then down here, where was the other one? Here, we actually just add and return a pointer. But the thing here is I don't ever have to say the type, so it's terser. Whereas in the other one, I had to say the type here. I'm going to add probably about 2 people to the next beta. But they're already picked out. How much control does the language have over the linker? We skip the linker in as much as possible. Linker is for legacy programs. So we have a few things that we do that control like name visibility and stuff. But the idea that there is definitely a linker at the end is kind of a garbage idea that you would like to get away from if you can. I feel like I definitely missed some other on-topic questions. Maybe not. People repeated questions, so I'm going to assume I got them all. I don't want to get into why linkers are a bad idea right now. It's surely something that I've talked about on stream many times. Maybe someone knows a clip that they could paste. There's a validity check for keymap procs at runtime. Could that be made a compile time check? No, because you're reading a keymap file that may change at runtime as somebody modifies it or whatever. So no, you don't want to do that at compile time. I mean, you could run this whole program at compile time if you want to. You notice that the TinyC compiler and Zig compiler both package custom def files that they convert into import libraries. Have you considered doing that to remove the dependency on those folders? That doesn't solve the problem. The problem is if you're going to run the linker, you still need to know where it is. So that doesn't solve anything, honestly, that I'm aware of. Like the linker has to be in the path, and the linker, if you can find the linker, you can find that other stuff. Well, I guess though we package with LLD, so if you're using LLD, maybe we can avoid that. The problem is you can do that for known things like kernel 32. You can't do that. You can't do that for, general random C libraries that anybody may want to link. Those could have dependencies to, I mean, I guess you could in principle do that for every single Microsoft library and then maintain it, but that doesn't sound good, right? Okay. Did we test this with the file path? All right, so that still works. Great. Let's start commenting. This is a simple example of how to use the text file handler. It is a shortened version of actual code that was written for our some version of which will actually ship in production. However, because the point of this example is to show the use of text file handler, not to be about parsing, or not to be about not to be about key pressing stuff. We've deleted a lot of the details and just left the basics. At some point, I guess, we might make key map, we might make its own module. Okay. Here are some data structures we use to store information about pressed keys. If you want to know how to use text file handler, you don't need to care very much about these. These are just the places we are storing our data after parsing the file and the array of procedures defined by the program itself that we map the keys onto. Okay, whatever. Too much talking. Runtime. Instances of the structs above. Okay. That comment is fine. All right. So handler, without having to explicitly initialize it, you'll want to free the memory by calling dinit, maybe. Big boy rules apply here. Okay. Would it be better to find the exe location and use that as the path for the file name rather than the file path directory of the source code? I mean, no. Well, yeah, you know what? I guess. Let's do that. That's a good point. Like I didn't want to complicate it, but I'm trying to remember where this file is. I should have just searched for it. So we have a function that says path of running executable. That's in system. Right. Okay. To get the executables path. And we're going to say, instead of using file path, we're going to say file name is tprint get path of running executable. Hopefully that has a slash at the end also. It doesn't. Ha ha. That's inconsistent. We need to fix that. I'm not sure which example is best, but file path has a slash at the end, but the output of get path of running executable does not. Fix this. Okay. Yeah, I could just do it here. I don't know what it does on Linux as well. Does anyone know if proc self exe? Dude, Unix is so stupid. Does anyone know if this returns something with a slash at the end or not? Why don't I turn on my Linux machine? Let me see if I can do that. From like cat, will that work? Cat proc self exe. It's binary. Is that your actual executable? And the file name's just at the beginning? Like, what's going on? Yeah, I think that's just your frickin' executable. Why are we doing this? Read link, I guess, is different. Read link tells you where that goes. All right. This isn't telling me whether there's a frickin' slash. Nobody's answering this question. Yeah, that's fine. I'll just make somebody else clean it up. I don't have time for this. All right, well, chat is useless. Nobody can tell me what this does. So we might have to run this on Linux after we're done. Doesn't return a trailing slash. Should we return a trailing slash or not? For all of our folders, like what should be the cross-language standard? Maybe it should be that there isn't a slash, if that's what everybody else's frickin' standard is. I just don't want to break that right now. Oh God, right. No, you know what? This isn't worth it, right? I don't want to fucking get into it. Because this is the executable name. We're going to have several lines of like looking for the trailing slash, cutting it off, adding the file name. Ugh. All right. God damn it. Let's just see how much code it is, and then we'll probably delete it. It's just like, you know, this is off topic for this example, but yeah, so let's see how terse we can make it. Find character from right. What does this return? This is everything after. This is not the one that we want. Let's just try it. Found path exe name. Split by character from right. Get path of running executable. Slash. All right. So okay. That's not terrible. It's just more than I wanted. Okay, it runs. Okay, for robustness, now let's just say we look for a data file in the same path as the executable in a real game, in a real program. You would probably know where to look. Many programs might look for files in the current working directory by default, but that is a sloppy thing to do in many cases. So we are using an absolute path here. Okay, great. When you call start file, let's make that. The text file handler will open the file and read the version number or error or log an error and return and set a failed flag if log an error and set a failed flag if it did not succeed. For an explanation of why the failed flag and not a return value, see text file handler. All right. Why is it sloppy to use working directory? Because the program doesn't work most of the time. Like, you can't just run it. This is an example. You want to be able to run it from wherever you are. You don't want to have to be in a specific folder and run it, right? It's more robust if you just frickin' make it work. That's a lot of work for something so simple. What? Let me see your code that does it. Why do I let bozos in this chat? I don't know, man. We got to have a no bozo policy. Is there support for assembly inline in some way? There will be, but there is not currently. There definitely will be, though. A Bozno policy, that is right. We are currently accepting of bozos to an excessive degree. Okay. So here we parse each line of the file. Many programmers in the modern day seem to be afraid of parsing and fall back on huge libraries that don't even really solve the problem and end up giving them a bunch of extra work to do anyway, and that extra work may insidiously worm its way throughout the program, increasing complexity of the program and reducing its reliability. See the typical large program that loads JSON files for an example of this. The key map file format we show here is very simple with one key map entry per line. First comes the key description, then some white space, then the name of the procedure to bind to. In a modern, I don't like the word modern because of C++, but programming language with reasonable strings and good and with powerful semantics and reasonable strings and good compile time and run time checking, parsing simple things is pretty easy, and it's much nicer and leads to more solid programs to do this than to try to load some generic Uber format everywhere. But many people wearing computer science university hats will tell you this is exactly backward, but they are wrong. But they are exactly backward. Okay. So, we loop until we are done. Returns false for found when we are done. Two strings, the one before white space and the one after. Okay. Look up the... Did I take out a space trimming? We got to go... Let's see if dip fails. No. Okay, so we do that. So we must trim the right-hand side in break by spaces as well. Look up RHS, which should be the name of a control procedure in our QMAP proc array. If we did not find RHS in that array, That's a big problem. The key name may be a sequence of, may involve a sequence of somewhat complex modifiers, so we broke it into its own routine. We get back the key code and modifiers. Okay, if we got here, we parsed a line successfully. Add the data to our array of live key mappings. Okay. Text file handler. To do what? To parse a file written in a simple custom format. The way text file handler works is it provides a minimal framework for loading text files line by line with a version at the beginning, and for reporting errors. It doesn't assume much about the format except where to find the version number. So the expected use case is you get a line at a time from text file handler. Okay. So, whoops. Okay. This is all self-explanatory. This is fine. Okay. This is a dumb way to make a one-character string so you can print it. Let's, just have the same name. The modifiers are things indicate whether you should be pressing Shift or Control or something like that to activate this key binding. They are the C or S stuff in the example data key map. All right. Okay, once we get here, key string no longer contains modifiers, and now just has the name of the key. So Matt, if I have to explain what the name of this function is, let's say convert string to key code. Like if you have to explain what the function name means, you failed to name your function. You know what I mean? This is broken up a little bit weird. You know what? We're going to put this stuff down there. Convert string to key code. All right. What is that? If we get here, it's not a key with a long name, but it could be for a single character ASCII key, for example. Okay. Key code success, UTF-8, return false 0. This allows people to use lowercase letters in the file. We don't do that for the modifiers, though. Okay, so let's pass the handler so we can do this error. All right. Cool. All right, because this is called S down here. Cursor is S. Let's call it cursor because we're going to modify it. Okay. Boom. We have our modifiers, shift and controller pressed. We have our functions. We have our Doge. We have our W. It's all good. We're up to 266 lines with comments. Let's commit that. Oh, I should have. Let's check these things in separately. Whoops, we have a no check-in. Right, because I wanted to remember. We're just going to come back and comment this in a minute after a commenting brain break. So I'm going to, wow, more no check-ins. All right. So we're going to do that. Then we're going to commit, because these are important a little bit. Default logger outputs strings to standard out, add write strings to runtime support. Okay. And then this system thing. Get path of running executable actually has the name of the executable. That's what I wasn't thinking of. So that comment is not appropriate. How's it going, everybody? What's going on? See how easy that was? We're not done yet because we have to comment text file handler. But look, we just had a fun time. We were streaming and talking to folks and added lots of comments to this file. And now people will actually be able to understand what happens here, hopefully, because we actually said in regular human language, following a human thought process, what was going on. We didn't run an auto documentation generator. We didn't give people a Microsoft example dominated by 17 different framework files where you don't even know where you should be looking for what the program is actually doing. Yeah. What if can you do filters on Twitch? Can I map every instance of the string Rust to like zinc oxide and match every instance of most other programming languages to I don't know, pick something. I don't like, the thing is, if you give every language a funny name, then you encourage discussion. But if you just map all the languages to the literal string, my favorite programming language, then nobody will ever know what language the other people are talking about, and it will discourage that kind of thing. You don't think you can parse Twitch chat on the fly? See, you should be able to if Twitch were good. That's all I'm saying. You can block. I don't want to block messages. I just want to change that string. But see how easy this was to comment our code? And like so many programmers just don't do that, and they cause a great deal of strife in the world because they just don't do that. What the simple thing that we did. Because it's been so good, I'm gonna have a kimchi party because I deserve a good snack. I should just ban anyone who says Git, though. Like, that's... North Korea has more freedom than this stream. They probably use Git in North Korea. There are lots of Twitch channels that ban a lot of terms. So I don't need to start that. Add some small salted shrimp. I don't like salted shrimp, really. I do. I did go to a fancy dinner in Seoul one time that had like, I don't know how many kinds of kimchi they had. It was at least 10. Like, I think, I don't remember the exact number, but I believe we counted like 22 bowls per person of different things. It was nuts. It was very Korean. And the food was really good. I'll probably never find out what restaurant that was. You were watching a documentary on North Korea and noticed the UIs on various computers were noticeably more responsive than many websites you use. Yeah. I mean, they're probably more responsive than a lot of desktop UIs here because the computers are older. Koreans put the perfect amount of heat in their food. I don't know if it's, for me, it's a little bit too hot. Just slightly. But, you know, that's because I'm from California. Like this kimchi right here is slightly too hot for maximum enjoyment. Although now that I'm like halfway into it, I'm used to it, right? So it's like less hot. Yeah, if Korean food is too mild for you, you really do like spicy food. That's all I can say. Why did it become okay for UIs to be unresponsive? Yeah, it's just there's no adult supervision on things like that. And like most people who buy a TV or whatever don't know any better. So it's not like TVs really compete on quality there, right? If somebody made a standard like UI star that was like Energy Star, but was how many milliseconds your UI takes to respond, then there would be a number that people could compete on and you would actually see progress. But absent that, I don't think it happens. You grew up when TVs could switch channels instantly. I know, isn't it crazy how it takes like a second to change channels now. What's my thought on Californian tacos? I like Californian tacos. People who don't like Californian tacos are nuts. It's not the TV, it's the provider. No, it's the TV. It's the TV. It needs to wait for a keyframe in a digital stream. No, so cable TV has been a thing since the 1980s. And you could switch channels way, way, way faster in the 80s. Also remember how responsive landline phones were. Yes, landline phones were actually good. Like, you could actually understand the person you were talking to on them, for example. No, they weren't. You weren't using the same landlines as I was. Where do you live? Casey brings up this example, but it's a good example, so I'm going to bring it up too. In the 1980s, maybe the 1970s also, AT&T, who ran most of the phone lines in America because they were a monopoly, they had this commercial. Their standard, it was like their, like how Coke had their catchphrase, have a Coke and a smile, and they did all these commercials like built around that or whatever, You know how companies do that. Like Progressive has their insurance lady that they do commercials about, or like the insurance gecko and whatever. So AT&T used to have this commercial about hearing a pin drop. You would hold the phone up and you drop a pin, like a little metal pin, on the floor and hear it ring on the other side of the phone line. That would not happen today, not remotely. Like, that frequency gets filtered out, like all sorts of things get cut out. It's a much lower fidelity experience. You actually could do that back then if it was a local call. Like, long distance calls in the 70s and 80s were not good. They were probably still usually better than a local cell phone call today. But long distance calls were not that great back then, but local calls were really good. Wasn't Sprint famous for the pin thing? I'm pretty sure it was AT&T. Maybe it was Sprint. I think it was AT&T. Let's look it up. Commercial. Oh, this looks very 80s. Look at this guy. Doesn't he look very 80s?
Did you know that if
4
you're
by
not
3
using AT&T and your 800 number goes out, it could be down for hours? If it does, to your customers, you're out of business.
This is once other companies started
And all
providing
you can
phone
do
service,
about it
right?
is sit around and wait.
Hi, how may I help
But
you?
if you use AT&T 800 service, you get the AT&T 800 assurance policy. If your 800
So isn't it hilarious that we're watching this commercial on this crappily encoded YouTube video that's like the worst thing I've ever seen? It's very typical of modern stuff.
Only AT&T guarantees to get you back in business within an hour. The choice is yours. Keep your customers coming through on the most reliable network in the world. Or take the chance that someday things might get so quiet. Reliability.
So in that one, they don't actually have someone listening to the pin over the phone, but that was one commercial out of many, many where they do this pin drop because you're supposed to be able to hear it over the phone. If Sprint did it, maybe they were just copying AT&T. I don't know. Or maybe it was Sprint. Maybe it was Sprint doing it, and AT&T just did that commercial to make fun of the Sprint pin drop. Now I don't remember. Let me just go pin drop phone commercial. Oh, it was Sprint, I guess. You're right. So that pin drop was making fun of Sprint in that commercial. The point being, this was a very, very well-known series of commercials. And people actually tried this at home and they could do it. So you can't do that on a cell phone today. Your Bluetooth earbuds noise gate failed to pick up the pin drop. Yeah. All right, let's get back to programming. It's when AT&T owned Bell Labs still. I don't know when Bell Labs closed. When did Bell Labs close? 1996. I didn't know it lasted that. It must have been practically dead long before that. Here's a Quora I'm looking at. Yeah, I guess Bell Labs never completely closed. It just got sold off. All right. Let's comment the main text file handler file. Background noise cancellation is a feature, though. It isn't if it cancels the actual noise that you want to hear. That's the thing. There's all, part of the problem is people always have reasons to justify the degradation, the degradation of service. Could you, and in order to know which is which, just ask yourself the question, could you turn off background noise cancellation and hear a sound like that clearly anyway? And the answer is no. So that's not really the reason that that's happening. Modern phones work fine for you. It's okay. I don't know what to say about that. All right. Yeah, if you've never used a good phone, then modern phones probably seem fine. I mean, I don't ever talk on the phone anymore if I can help it because it's so bad. If I wanted to voice chat with someone, I would try doing it over the internet. Most internet services are relatively bad, but they're better than a phone. So Audio quality is not your primary complaint. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I definitely, so for me, things are hard to understand in some contexts. Like if I'm in a loud nightclub, I don't seem to be able to understand people who are talking as well as some other people are able to, even though my hearing seems fine. And when I've tested it for frequency and stuff, it seems fine for my age. So, like, there's some brain function thing there. And it might just be that the subtraction of frequencies that happens to compress phone voice data today takes out some things that my brain really wants in order to understand the sound. That's quite possible. And that many people don't have as much of a problem with. It's quite possible that something like that is happening. That said, it's absurd to me that they compress, like, why do you compress voice audio at this point? Like, almost all traffic is data and it's like all 4K movies. Like, why would you compress and compend the voice data? But they do for some reason. They compress the crap out of it. How do you talk in a loud nightclub with a landline? I mean without a landline. I mean person to person. Save bandwidth, save money. Yeah, but it's like such a negligible part of the money at this point. I mean, maybe not exactly because it's probably running over different networks mostly, but still, just build those. You wouldn't need to build them out. Like nobody talks on the phone anymore. You just need to maintain them at their current level and turn it up. Do I explain things to myself when I'm streaming or just work? I just work in quiet and get a lot more done. Okay, let's comment the main file, which is about as long as the example. Okay. Text file handler is a relatively simple and straightforward struct with associated procedures that helps you parse your own custom file format. See the example for a demonstration. Short name is just for your own reference. It's not used for anything, for any functional purpose here. This is the path that will be reported in error messages. This is the log identifier that will be passed to the logging routine in error messages. What character you want to start comments in your file. Set this at any time. You don't need to initialize text file handler. You just start using it. Call dinit when you are done if you want to free memory. Okay. Do we check the version number on the file? this is the remaining portion of the file that we're in the middle of parsing. This is the data for this is the full contents of the loaded file, the remaining portion, and it makes more sense to me to reverse those. If we ever fail parsing, we set this. More about failed below. Okay. About the failed variable, rather than for some kinds of programming having to check a success return status code after calling each function gets tedious and annoying, especially when parsing. Sometimes you don't care if you fail in the middle. You just want to blast through some stuff and then check at the end whether everything succeeded. That's what failed is for. It starts false, and if anything ever fails, it gets set to true. Text file handler will never set it back to false. Okay. Okay. Here we read from a file, but eventually we'll probably add an alternative access point that just takes an in-memory string, so you aren't forced to read from a file. In the meantime, you can just factor that in yourself if you want. Okay. The version number okay. Consume next line skips white space. Oh, no, it doesn't actually in this case, right? Let's see. Consume next line. Okay. This overload of you know what? Let's not make it an overload. returning okay, so down here, the reason I don't want to make this an overload is because, you know, this is like a user level thing that gets a line. I mean, and this one, look for a line feed character. We will trim a carriage return off the end if there is one there also. Thus, this. Okay, let's just make this a longer comment. To find the end of the line, we look for a line feed character. We will trim a carriage return off the end if there is one there also. Thus, this works on both DOS and Unix style files. This is the last line. There may not have been a line feed after that, but we still want to handle that data. Right? Chop chop S we could use split by we don't have split by character from left. We really got to build some things out. Okay, chop S, chop the characters we are going to return from S and put that back into SP, which holds the remaining file data. I mean, this is not necessary. Let's just leave it like this. If there's a carriage return at the end, remove it by decrementing the string's length. T is the result we will return. Okay, so we didn't ruin anything yet. Let me just try. So I just want to do this because we don't need S anymore, right? So that still worked. Let's compile Sokoban, make sure we didn't break anything. Hey, look, I still run around and do things. Okay, great. From SP, there we go. Simpler. Sure. Break by spaces performs a very common performs a basic activity that is very useful when parsing your own file format, your own simple file format. Look for non-white space characters followed by white space, followed by other stuff, and return left equals the return, and split by white space. Left is what came before the white space, and right is what came after, with spaces trimmed from both of those. All right, so left is line. Okay. Report errors. It's convenient to do this. Report errors and warnings. It's convenient to do this. And we're not going to do this today. Remove dependency. It's convenient to do this by calling a procedure on handler since handler tracks the file name and line number for you. You don't have to pass those around to your various parsing routines. I think that's it. I think we commented the thing. Is there other stuff? Oh, let's say here, get the next line from the file that may contain useful information. Skip this routine skips white space and comments. Okay. Is there anything we should say? Trim leading spaces? No, it trims leading and trailing spaces from right. Both. Wait, you think the game is only 30,000 lines? What are you talking about, bro? Our hello world is 100,000 lines. Is there a tokenizer function? No. Hundred K lines is pretty close to Braid total lines of code. Braid was substantially smaller. I think it was 60 or 70. Depending on if you count spaces or not, of course. Morning, why does everyone say it's morning? It is not morning. It is late at night. All right, nobody... is it possible for multiple empty lines to denote something in my custom data format? It sounds like the parser will auto-skip empty lines. Yeah, it does. I mean, so here's the thing. The goal of these modules is not to do everything that everybody in the universe might want to do, because if you try to write reusable code that does that, that code gets very complicated very fast, and then it's hard to understand for people who just want to do something simple. So the whole philosophy behind this language is, if you want to do something like that, just copy this module to your own and then just modify it, right? If you don't want it to skip white space, take that out, right? If you want it to have an option on it to skip white space or not, add that in. That's the philosophy that we're going to do. But we don't write code that tries to do everything, because that's how you get a disaster. It's one of the many ingredients in the current disaster that we have, is that people get taught in computer school that the right thing to do is to make a generalized thing that works for everybody for all purposes. And that's a bad idea. Bad idea. Bad idea. Bad idea. Bad idea. If there's a module with 1,000 procedures, will we just compile the procedures that are called? Right now, we actually compile all of them. However, it's on the list to definitely only compile the things that you actually use. Because the compiler knows that information, it just doesn't really put it together in the right way right now. Like tree shaking. I don't know what tree shaking means. That sounds like another one of those terms that people made up that just means something simple that shouldn't have a name. Yeah, of course it's from JavaScript. Of course. You should check that all procedures are correct, though. Well, this code has already been running for a long time. Like we've run and debugged and tested this. Like this gets run on 10 different files. Like when we run this Sokoban game here, we're just going to compile it and then run it. Like that code is running on at least 7 different file formats to do like all the things that you see here, possibly more. So it's getting, it works pretty well at least. So this is not new code, so we don't need to go through and test it thoroughly. Tree shaking is a fancy term for dropping out unused functions, yeah. All right. I think we're going to commit this. I'm not going to actually ship the beta tonight because I don't like doing that when I'm tired, but I'll do it when I wake up. Good job, though. We commented the code in a nice way. I mean, you never know. The first pass at commenting something, you never know what you left out that people might want to know and stuff. But, you know, people might give feedback. They might say, hey, I don't understand this part or whatever. But this is, you know, this is kind of nice. Like, look, it's small. It's 200 lines. Nobody's afraid of 200 lines of code who's a professional programmer or who should be a professional programmer. It's easy to understand. You go look at it. You're like, okay, cool. And you use it or you don't. And that's good. It's just a nice little thinger. Sending out the next beta tomorrow? Yeah, probably tomorrow morning my time. I probably want to do a little bit more. I might do a stream in the morning where we do a little bit more of the how-to documenting, where we add one or two things there, because I want to do that. But apart from that, I think the next beta is ready to go. Have you worked out namespaces yet? I mean, there's plenty of namespacing functionality already happening in the compiler. We might just add some more minor features there, but the mechanics are fine. Beta to the game or the compiler? The compiler. The compiler. Game is far from beta. Why not just name the well, it's a little bit, well, I mean, usually it depends on how much processing would happen. But here, yeah, I mean, we can name that result. It's a little bit longer name-wise, but that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? Whoops. Right? Great. Rename a variable. Do parameters with default values have to be in a certain order in the parameter list? No, they do not. However, it's going to be annoying to call your function if you have non-default parameters. I think I allow non-default. Let's f x int y is 7 z int. I think this is legal. I go back and forth on these things. F of 3, right? If we do that, it's going to, oh, well, we still have our enum test up here. That's the point of which was to generate an error message. Okay, so we're missing argument z, right? So this is annoying. You can do it, but like you have to say z equals 9 or whatever in order for that to work. But you can do that. People probably just won't like you. full features presentation anytime soon. No, there probably won't be a full features presentation until public beta. I'm like I said on this morning's stream, I'm tired of the way certain people exploit that. Even if they don't know that that's what they're doing. I don't like the dynamic that happens. I know that people like to see that stuff, but I'd rather just hunker down and add the new features privately, and then people will know what they are when the beta goes public. Public beta when? The year 2027. Did RMS do something like that? All right, I think we earned a gaming stream. The default parameter demo is gross. Yeah, that's actually, I think what we might do in the morning stream is do a how-to for function calling and parameters, because we don't actually have that yet. So people kind of have to figure it out. Am I satisfied with how the beta is going? Yeah, the beta is going well. All right, we're going to change to gaming dungeon thingers. We're going to play some dungeon thingers. Because I don't want to document code when I'm tired, you know? Like you want to be fresh and writing well and All right. Let's close Remedy. We're done doing real work for the night. Except, you know, if you're in games, playing games is real work, sort of. You're learning about other games and how they work. Hypercharge unboxed. Does that guy look hypercharged to you? That's not the feeling that I get. All right. What do I think about inexperienced programmers making tutorials? They are causing real harm. They are. The thing is, that's part of the culture that we have, is that that's okay and encouraged. That's a mistake. It is a broken part of our culture. If you're learning, you should shut up and keep the noise down until you're actually really good at what you do. I was guilty a little bit of this. Like I did speeches at game development conferences a little bit before I should have, knowledge-wise, because I wanted to contribute. And I shouldn't have. I should have waited like at least 2 years past when I did. We don't have experienced programmers doing tutorials. We do, you just don't hear about it because 99% is the inexperienced programmers. That's the problem. I mean, you know, Bitwise is good, Nanda Tetris is good, Handmade Hero is good, Sean McGrath streams are good, Sean Barrett streams are good. Factorio dude was doing a dev stream. You know, there's lots of people who are actually good doing this stuff. It just gets drowned out. And that's why I'm saying it's a problem. I don't think McGrath streams anymore, but yeah. Oh, he did. That's cool. Will I also not do demos? Yeah, I'm not going to do demos. I feel that has been abused, and so I'm not going to do it. It's unfortunate because You know, most people get positive information from the demos, right? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. You know, maybe my attitude toward that will change over time. But for now, yeah. Game is too loud? What do you... Still? Guys, it's at like minus 22 decibels. How is that loud? Now it's at minus 33 decibels. I don't know what your guys' problem is. You guys don't understand decibels. I'm turning it back up a little bit. You inferred there would be a Game 3 announcement on the cards this year. That is not correct, no. There never were plans for Game 3 announcement this year. Game 3 is a ways out. It is a ways out. Okay, this is the level we were having a hard time on before. However, we are more powerful. All right. I think I kind of just want to do this with the things that I have, right? So what did we do last time? We're going to do that again. We're going to block this. We're going to block it way up here because maybe minecart explosions won't damage that as much. We're going to block this one like here, I guess. We're going to add HP because that's cheap. And then we start thinking about the monsters. You know, I kind of... So last time we were doing like axe here or something. We could still do that. Or we could do something else. The thing is, when enemies come this way, axe is not that good. But if we just like, if we set this to be our frickin' super piercer, our snow piercer, that could be good. But this is probably, by number of enemies, this might be the best place for our snow piercer. Actually, I don't think we had snow piercers last time. We're going to do that setup, and then we're going to do this. Now, you know what? That'll... See, I do think that this sometimes will throw small guys over the lava, and we really don't want that. Whoops, why do I keep doing that? So we're actually going to put this here. And we're going to hope we could afford a lich soon. Let's actually put this here, just so that we have a little bit of spacing. And we're just going to start. Hopefully that wasn't a giant mistake. We'll put a Lich down here. And I think... Oh god, these guys are fast. Bro! Bro! Oh, those guys. Okay. Lich is gonna be here. I don't know what to do about this. I think we put these down. Alright. We're gonna put a gunner there. Gonna double it. And we're just gonna... We're gonna make that our Snowpiercer. Alright. We're doing great so far. Let's beef up the Lich. This is just going to be a healthy Lich. There we go. There we go. This is already working way better. So we could put the axe here, but we don't want enough enemies to get there to justify an axe, honestly. It's just not a thing that we want. You know what? Let's put this here. Put a freeze. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how much like 25 damage is. Let's do this. Look at that Snowpiercer, dude. We're kicking butt. Uh-oh. That wasn't good. Damn it, bro. We need money. Alright, there we go. Saved. Uh-oh, we're not guarding this. Whoopsie. We forgot to put someone there. We can't really afford a Lich right now. We spent all our Lich money. Taking some minor hits. Okay. Instead of putting a Lich there right now, we're going to put a blockage here. We basically want to force everybody to go through this channel. You know what? Let's put a Lich. Just for now. But, oh god, it's the wizards! Damn it! We forgot about the wizards and their terrible, terrible summoning. Okay, you know what? Sell this. Put a spiker here. Actually, no, you know what? Put one of these here. Okay, we're going to take some frickin' damage that we would have preferred not to take. Why am I so low on money? Because I haven't busted this open. Is a possible answer. Oh my god, look how bad this is. Dude, we're getting owned. I need money. I need money. I should have set these to be money traps. All right. All right. Step on the thing. Go. Why didn't it flip them? I paid good money for that. It didn't flip the wizards. Damn it, bro. All right. This lich is gonna die. I need to make a block. I need so many things. We're not guarding this yet either, and we're going to need that. Okay, block for now. So now these guys going up will at least go through my death corridor, which is good. Oh, I should have frozen some dudes up there. Okay. I think we got one of the wizards down here. Okay. It's looking up. It's looking up. Maybe the lich can handle this guy. Maybe not. Oh yeah, we healed our lich up. Healed him again. So now these guys are going to get through. Oh, not too many though. I should have put a frosty here. Like, this doesn't consistently get the wizards, which is annoying. Okay, at least we get him before he gets off too many of these guys, you know. It's not nearly as bad as it was in that game. Dude, I have no money. Oh my god. Okay, what do I do? Oh, well, the level's over. So I guess I don't need money? Alright. Unique jewel. $19 gems. Plus 48 to Portal Guardian damage. Plus 2 point. I mean, we'll lose starting gold, but we can get that back later. We have a lot of starting gold. Plus 9 to Portal Guardian damage, plus 48. Okay. Okay, we're going to use that. I could stack hematopuses. That would be entertaining, right? Anyway. So I still don't know. Does this mean I 3-start it? Let's do the destroy the vault within 3 minutes. Because I think that gets us good rewards when we do that. All right. Okay, this is this map where we said we're just going to own, is what we said. We said I mean, we could put Snowpiercer here. I never thought of that. Right? And then that'll like enrage guys for a second, but we're gonna have Lich and stuff, so and maybe that'll keep guys out. And then we're just gonna do this, and now we just want to fling dudes. We spent a lot of our money, so we're going to hope this works. We need 1 more gold. And we'll build more stuff. Okay, destroy within 3 minutes. So we're going to rush the first few levels. And get some money. And build some more stuff. Go minecart. Go minecart. It's your birthday. I could have pushers here instead. I don't know. I don't know, dude. Let's see what happens. handling it. Wait, these guys got powered up somehow. I don't think I like that. We gotta go. We need everybody. We might be too late to do it in 3 minutes. But now that we know that this strategy works, we can be less timid. Yeah, we're probably too late. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Oh, destroy the vault within 3 minutes. Never mind, it's not finish the level in 3 minutes. What was I thinking? Victory. Alright. Unique rune. Not that I care about runes, but gem bonus, gold bonus. Okay, which one was that? Was that this one? Yeah. Survive a wave with 6 wrath level. Rush all. Let's do a rush all waves. Increased minecart spawn rate. Why wouldn't you take that? That sounds fun. I mean, on levels that have minecarts. Which this one doesn't. Oh, it's this level. Oh god, this is going to be crazy. Okay, we're going to rush all waves. The problem with this level is as follows. These guys coming out here start building engineers. It's the unanticipated problem. And they fill up this water. So we're going to have a little anti-engineer special right here. Even though that's really not the best. No, you know what? Forget it. We don't care about the engineers. We're just going to go full Snowpiercer across this. All right? And then we're going to go full retro Snowpiercer. Well, non-piercer, but just snowbolt that way. And then do I freeze guys here? What do I do? And do I harpoon guys, or do I just bolt the crap out of everybody? It's a hard call. Okay. Like, I was harpooning guys last time, I think, and that was fun. But I feel like bolts might just be better anyway. Harpoons are cheaper, though. Let's just do it. Let's see what happens. We're just gonna bolt. We're all bolts all the time. Oh god, please work. Please. Oh no. All right. Well, the balloons. I think we need like some poppers for balloons or something. Okay, this is not enough firepower to rush all waves. Yeah, there's balloons. Does the rune get used up? Oh, it probably does. Let's not use it. It's a good point. It's a good point. We also didn't use this. We can do rearm speed, or we could go for starting gold. Starting gold. Okay. So confusing. No! Oh yeah, we're going... We're not going to use this rune. Oh no, it's locked. Okay, well I guess that rune's gone. Alright. What do we do? We need something that stops guys. Because they just go too fast. Like the problem with putting the bolts is they need time. And we can't really use harpoons. Like, there definitely needs to be some freeze happening. But I don't even know if there's enough. Maybe it's fine if I just put my auxiliary bolts here. Because the problem was, once guys get past here, there's not anything to get them. Let's try that theory. So we're going to double up here again. We'll put a freeze in the middle. And that'll be a damage dealing freeze. And then we'll do this. Of course, guys will be coming this way too, but we have more time for them. All right. So we're going to do that. And then, I mean, we kind of need a lich or someone back here, but we can't. There's no lich range. We could try to harpoon stragglers. I can like narrow them because people were kind of going, the balloons were kind of going wide. We could try to get them in there. and then we can spike, and we're just going to see what happens. Problem is, I didn't have time for any dumpers, so we're going to start setting up dumpers as soon as we can. It really doesn't give you much rush money. Kind of a bummer. Balloons are getting through. Not that many, though. Balloon defense. Look how fast. Why are those guys so fast? Oh, because we rushed the waves. Okay. So now my problem is just I'm not defending back here. I took too long on that. And I'm going to die. But this is actually not that bad. And, okay, so the secret is you don't actually need to do what I just did to rush all waves. Like, I learned this on a different level. You can, like, rush piecemeal. So this is going to be our basic strat. I am happy with this basic strat. And all you have to do is you can rush a few waves and then pause and build and then rush a few more waves. And I think if we do that, we will survive. It will not be as insane. Let's try that again. Okay. And this time, no, we don't have money for dumpers. So we're going to rush like 2 waves, or 3 waves. 4 waves, I guess, oops. Let's let these guys get frozen by this. Okay, dumper. Let's rush 5 and 6. Build some more dumpers. See, this is way less insane right here. Whoops. We'll leave that there, I guess. Let's beef these up. See how much more reasonable this is? Just need to be reasonable. Okay, these guys I'm afraid of. Okay, oh, we're in good shape on that guy. Oh, yes! See, you just need a little Snowpiercer action. That's all. Oh, I almost missed the wave. Alright. I mean, I think we've got this at this point. Oh, whoops, just in time for these guys to come dump that there. I think we're good. I almost missed that wave. Dude, I didn't even need this. We just owned everybody in the middle. Oh, well, one or two guys. Just not remotely. Yeah, try and deal with this bozo. Try and deal with this bozo. Oh, you're not even gonna get there. Owned. Did we not take any damage? We didn't. You can click the stone number you want to come down. Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool. All right. We rushed all the black hole trap. We take that. Clear the map within 5 minutes. Let's go for easier maps first. So why does this one show shambles? Is it because I took damage? Do you need to like do it perfect to get shelter in place got extended through May? Yep, I heard that. Oh, this level. Okay, we're gonna do the same strat. Gonna do we're gonna put like a harpoon on here just to pull off guys who are hammering these or whatever. We're gonna put a bolt here just to kill off guys who are hammering these. We might upgrade those later. And then everything goes here. So Super Snowpiercer goes here. And I mean, honestly, we can just put Lich here and just have a stand in this hallway, right? So Lich. And then I mean, we can do that. And then when we can afford it, we'll put some stuff here. That's going to slow down anyone who tries to tamper with these in time for this thing or that thing to get them. And we're just going to go. Wait, why are they still... Oh, because when this is closed, they go that way. We're just going to hope that doesn't happen. Peasant, noble. I think we can handle the first 5, right? Oh, we don't need to rush any waves. But we will. Okay. Come on, open. Open, damn it. There we go. Alright, so this is going to be there. This is going to be super jacked up damage. Combined with it, bolts that do freezing power. Uh-oh, come on. There we go. Go up there, everybody. Like, what do they think they're gonna do? Why are these guys even thinking that they could do anything? It's almost like they don't even know who they're messing with here. Okay. What do we even do? Uh-oh. Come on. Look at all the money I have. I don't even know, like, I guess I can do some stuff here. Upgrade the freeze. Let's do that one and put a prior freeze. Right? Why does it sometimes not put the words? All right. These guys could be trouble, right? Right? Uh-oh. I don't like how long this takes to move. Oh crap. Why did that happen? Fucking... What's going on with the traits? You know what? Screw you guys. Damn it, bro. It's like, dude, my guardians are so good that it didn't matter that they broke through right there. That's crazy. What a save. Alright. Dude, let me put the block down. It advertises that you can put the block down and then you can't. It's like, come on, bro. It's like if the HP of the enemy that you're putting it on is greater than something, it destroys it, but that sucks. Because it means you can never do it when there's a lot of guys. Yeah, I should have put more when I had the ton of money. I should have put more on the defense. We got triple gems. Does that mean which one was this? That was this one. Okay. Dirt Fort. Which one was this? Do not lose any life. All right. We will not lose any life. Oh, this one. I remember this one. What are we going to do here? We're going to own. We're going to own so hard. We're going to pwn to own. In what way are we going to pwn to own? We are going to... Okay, we're gonna have, before I even do anything, we're gonna have backup bolts on these sides to help. We're gonna put Snowpiercer straight up the middle. Like we were doing harpoons before, but like harpoons just don't scale is the problem. So that's going to be that bad mofo. We'll have a dumper there. I guess we'll have one there as well. And we'll see. We'll see what happens. Like, as our treasure chests generate money, we're going to want to put something here to hurt guys. Maybe an axe. I mean, that's expensive, but maybe I shouldn't have put these yet. It's 14, 18. Let's sell these. We'll put them back later. We're going to put an axe right here. Because why not? Maybe I shouldn't have rushed, but whatever. Come on, give me the axe, bro. There we go. It's just nasty, dude. Oh no, I've got to let him come forward. Alright. So now we start putting our backups in here, our security. What are the upgrades? Damage, force, damage. All right. Freezer. Frostbite people with our super freezer. Whoops. None shall pass. Whoops. I meant minion health. None shall pass. This is great because it just goes. You know what? Our awesome Snowpiercer here is never going to do anything. Because the liches are just going to hold them down. Oh, let's see what happens with this. I feel like the liches are going to go down here. Let's see what happens. Set enemies on fire. Oh, we don't have 15 on the axe. We should get the axe up to 15 and see what that is. Dude, they're just holding down the fort. They've got it under control. These aren't even... Alright. This guy's a jerk over here. What should I do about this guy? It's like, why are these guys even trying to do anything? Oops, you know what I mean? Like, what makes them think like I'm not even using the good weapon? Like, my good weapon is just sitting back here just in cases. Not cases, but cases. The other level 3 upgrade on the wall spike is really good. On the wall spike? What's the wall spike? You mean the bolt thrower? Multi-shot. Yeah, multi-shot seems better for non-massive crowds, right? If you want to do more damage to a smaller number of guys, multi-shot seems better. But for like rush scenarios, the penetration is just really good. Because it'll go, if there's a bunch of guys way down here and then one guy here, it'll shoot at the one guy and it'll just go. And it'll just cream everybody. It's so good. Alright, well, RIP, we never used our good weapon. Skills. This just doesn't seem that good. This seems better. All right. Well, we have enough blues to craft. Plus 11 bounty of engine. Whoops, what did I just do? Oh, it put everything I was using. Wait. Okay, hold on. Let's get our stuff back. Alright. Victory Fragment. 214 starting gold. 7 Portal Guardian, Stun, and Lightning. It's not that good, actually, compared to other things. I mean, I'm a little low on starting gold. Actually, it's better than this, probably. Except I lose minion health. And I get Portal Guardian damage, but I have so much Portal Guardian damage. I'm going to keep the minion health. That's terrible. Alright, so transmute. That's actually one of the better ones. All right. Wait, did I mess it up? Oh no. Wait, I did. Did I put a black in there accidentally and destroy everything? Bullet trap, dart trap. Alright, well I wasted all my blues. That makes me sad. It's fine though. Eventually we're going to be crafting golds. Alright. Channels. I guess we have to do it without damage to get our gold on this. What's this one? We're going to own so hard on this one now, it's just not even funny. It's just not even funny, dude. We're going to ignore this middle for now, counter to prevail. We're just going to let guys rush through there. We're going to Snowpiercer. Well, actually, so before I was placing like thumpers on these, we're going to Snowpiercer this guy, and he will destroy this. And then he'll have a clear line on everybody through here. Yeah, we're just going to bolt everybody. And then we have to guard this because guys will jump across to here. And I guess we're going to bolt it for now. Even though this might get destroyed later if I'm not vigilant about this situation. We're gonna need harpoons for the big daddies, except that these might help with those as well. Maybe we save up for an axe and we just put the axe on there. I kind of like that. And then, you know, later on, guys start attacking this, so. Yeah, we're going to be stupid and put an axe and see what happens. Will this destroy in time? I don't think it will. I could be in trouble from like not having placed enough stuff. Alright, well I wasn't in trouble. Okay, let's get the axe up. This is me being stupid. But we like being stupid. Like, look at that. It just fired at a dude here and it just creamed guys on the other side. It's so good. Physical force damage. I don't think physical force pushes guys into water, unfortunately. Dude, we're owning. Okay, these guys are coming along now, so we need to do something about these guys. Can I just stomp them? Owned. Alright. Okay, so now here's our first test is this is a stupid place to have a harpoon, but oh god. Alright. So actually, we're gonna let these guys like bust the next thing probably. And then we're going to build a bolter facing down. These guys are getting so owned. I remember when I had such a hard time with them. I was like, how am I ever going to defeat these guys? Alright, so that bolter is protecting this bolter. We'll freeze for good measure. Look at these guys. What do they think they're doing here? The amateurs club is on the other side of town. Okay, well, hold on. Now we've got guys here. But I don't think they're going this way, are they? Yeah, they are. Oh god. Doesn't matter. Oh, these guys are going to try to build a bridge. That's not going to work. Okay, it is worth mentioning now, though, that a lot of these guys are going to survive, so that's not good. We need to do some shit here. We need to do contact harpoons. Although the contact harpoons are not doing that much damage to these guys. I really don't understand. Sometimes I just don't know what this game wants from me. Like, I was owning these guys so hard up here. Was it just the penetration blast? Because I honestly don't know what else is going to hit these guys. Like, this is so weird. Like, I owned the earlier guys, and then now these are just invincible. Well, wait. Now they're taking lightning damage. Okay, I guess lightning trap for those guys. Well, that was very close to a no damage run. Okay. So we didn't get our 3 gems, so I think that means it's still tattered, right? Yes. Okay, we got to do it again. And mouse over the penetrator to see its damage and compare it to the harpoons. Dude, too much stuff was happening there. I couldn't keep up. I feel like, so that contact harpoon, the theory was it would do a lot of damage to that thing because it was big and fat, but I don't think it did. I think what I should have done is when they got past the penetrator, I should have sold it and upgraded the lower one to penetrator. But I think also maybe some lightning damage. Like, isn't there an option on freeze that increases lightning damage, or was that on axe? It's so weird though. Like, we owned those guys in the middle, but then when they got down, we didn't own them. Okay, we're gonna lightning up. Excuse me. Got it. Oh, we said we want to get axe up as well. I'm not using pusher right now. Alright, so we've got level 3 axe if we want it. We've got level 15 lightning bolt, which I've never upgraded lightning bolt like at all. So we're going to do mostly the same playbook. We really weren't using this. Ever seen the plays Visual Studio? No, I don't watch videos about me. It's just makes me hate the internet. Do I have a favorite talk that I've done? Well, the Collapse of Civilization talk from last year was a lot of people like that one a lot, and I don't know. You know. Wait, if I use these, it'll put the entire thing back to the beginning, right? That's how that works? Okay. We're gonna go in with an empty slot because we're just that badass. All right. Same playbook. Snowpiercer. I don't know if it's better to put... Maybe we put piercing at this end. Because it might be shooting more. Because there's going to be more of a fresh supply of guys. That's going to be my theory. Okay, and we're not going to upgrade it to penetrator till after. Because I think this was doing more damage to these. You ever talked by somebody else? I don't know. You're asking me to think about these things while I'm playing a video game. Favorite talk by somebody else. Do you mean like on a technical subject or on any subject? What are the parameters? What are my parameters? Wait, we didn't arm lightning. Rip. Rip. Okay, let's put this down. We're gonna let it slow roll. Can't upgrade that yet. I don't know, I'm tempted to try this one. It's just this is more expensive, so it's gotta be better, right? Okay, so we're gonna do the axe next. Actually, we'll do a freeze. We'll do a freeze right here. And then maybe one. We'll do freeze plus axe. I've also never really looked at this. That could be fun. Come on, give me the axe. Give me the axe. Alright, so we're going to put a freeze next to the axe. And then one of these says additional lightning damage. Physical force, damage. I think I'd rather have the damage. Oh, I need to not put those there. Because the guys just use them up. Alright. Let's put a freeze on here. Okay, chill duration, slow him out. Frostbite, that's what we want. Damage dealt 5,000. good to me. You don't want to do it, buddy. Don't go. Don't go. Should have just put a bolter here, because that's what we're all about. Okay, so these guys... See, they're getting owned right now. Are some of them just weaker than others? Like, were those like super dudes later on? Like, we're just owning these guys. Let's see, if lightning seems good against them though, we'll put, oh god. I didn't pay attention. Freeze them. Oh, I don't have freeze. Damn it, bro. Shit, I really fucked up. Forgot that I didn't have freeze. Now I lost my place to put a gun here, which was very, very frickin' strategic. What? Oh, I'm hosed. Oh, this is so bad. Okay, rip. It was going great, but for one tiny... I wonder if there's something I can preemptively do. The problem is I can't build stuff in here. It would be great if I could build something in there that would just like own somebody when they come through. If I put a lich here or something, he's just gonna block up the dudes. Alright, we're not going to do the lightning in the middle yet. We'll put this here. So we don't have to worry about that. Okay, then we're just going to save up and get the axe first. I mean, I could put bolts on this and see if that helps. We'll try that. Best item pre-patch just dropped. Yeah, but I lost it. I lost it. I should have just played through. I should have just played through the level because I probably would have survived. I just didn't realize that was such a good item, I guess. We're going to try putting a bolter on here. If it gets destroyed, that's still better than a lot of other things that could happen. That's probably a good defense, honestly. I could put an axe in here if I was feeling stupid. Yeah, I probably don't need to upgrade this one since I have this, so... Spike below it. Yeah. Oh, flinging into the air. That's a good point. That is a good point. Let's get the axe out first. We'll do axe freeze again. Because that did seem to be owning those guys pretty hard. Requires deep freeze. I guess I want a deep freeze. I don't remember which one that is. Alright. So when we have money now, let's put a spike below the thing, as suggested. And then we'll have double. We really shouldn't have problems with that at that point. And then the bonus of these is they're going to do a lot of incoming damage to dudes who are coming into our main corridor, so... Okay, guys. Oh, fuck. Damn it! We didn't do it in time. I did the wrong thing. We're just going to put a bolter here as soon as this is gone. This is the problem, like, with... See... When I had the freezes, this wasn't a big deal. See, now if they go down one more, they're out of range of the frickin' guy. I don't have any money. Shoot him! Shoot him! Alright. Okay, what's going on over here? Oh, teleport trap. Oh no, I had to, right, I had teleporter discs for that one guy. I didn't think of it. Didn't think of it. All right. So do we do lightning? Let's test. There's this whole question about, do I want lightning damage on these guys? I guess there's an option on freeze to amplify lightning damage. I guess, wasn't there? Or was that on axe? What's exploding those bridges that these guys try to build? Oh, this thing. Oh, that's actually useful, dude. I didn't realize that that's what that did. See, that guy just got owned hard. He didn't even get to the lightning trap. Enemy's on fire, swing radius, chilled. Man. There was something that makes guys take extra lightning damage. Maybe I'm just getting confused and thinking about an artifact. This whole level is to showcase that, so it worked. The designer is hired again. Okay, yeah. I was wondering why these were there. I was like, they're too far away to break these. That's why. He got through. Slow amount, chill duration. Which one is the one? Deep freeze. That's the one that we need for the extra upgrade. Oh, but we can't because that one's, yeah. All right. So now is when the last engineering teams, that's what they're called, come out, right? Wow, we're really not owning these guys very hard. How do I see their health bar? Black off. Okay, we are. We're owning them. Okay, engineering teams. I need to know what to panic build. Maybe. Okay, they're taking a lot of damage already. Like what? Why are they taking so much damage? They were like invincible before once they got down here. Is there like some other enemy that can be invisibly underneath the engineering teams? Like what? It was like impossible to hurt those guys before. Maybe it really is cold damage, but we were hitting them with frost bombs. Like we had the frost grenades before and it wasn't helping. Maybe it was the frost bite from the thing. All right, well I didn't get my super item that we got last time. Too bad. Should have stayed in it. Bison Field. Rush all waves. Tier 3 jungle map. Let's do it. Bison Field. Well, we do want people to go around for sure. And we're just going to own some dudes. I mean, what I think we set up back here, or we could just set up here. You know, honestly, we're just going to risk it and just set up here. We don't have the perk that gives us the money back for destroyed units, so that'll make us sad if... Here, let's do the strat to protect that from miners. Thrown into air. There we go. I think I missed that before because I was expecting it to be a higher level. What happens when we throw the bison into the air? That's not so good. Oh, anyway. We're just trying to protect that from getting hammered. We're going to do that. To be continued. All right. I don't know which way these bison go. Oh, bro. Do not even do this. Alright. Crap. I fucked that up. I didn't rush all waves. I was too busy trying to fix this. Okay. I was trying to put a guard down here against that, and I took too long. Okay, so honestly, I'm going to spend the extra thing here just to have this flat. I'm going to put bolts here. We're going to do that. Okay, and then we're going to do this same plan. We're probably not going to put the platform beneath it yet. Maybe we will. Oh, well, that's actually cheap, right? Let's get a little more D here, though. Problem is we don't have like a passive income. We ain't got a passive income. Throwing people in the air. All right. Oh, I didn't put a thing here. I guess it doesn't matter yet. What am I trying to do? There was something else I wanted to build. I don't even know. We could put a Lich Guardian. Don't know if that's necessary. Let's do it, because I literally don't know what else to do. They're holding the line. And then... Oh, I wanted to do this, of course. Let's even do this, because... Guys, what are you doing? Okay. Now what? I don't even know what to put down. Let's put a spiky spike here that's super damaging. Shredding dudes. Bro, don't. Oh, we got multiple guys there. Okay. So now we're going to have to cover this from this side. That's fine. We can afford that. You know what? Release the bats. Maybe should have waited on this one. They don't do a lot to the guys I care about, which is that guy. So here's the thing is, can we shoot the engineering train? Oh, deep freeze. We forgot about deep freeze. Okay, he took a lot of damage from this thing. That was significant. I have money. Deep freeze and shatter. Crossbait. We don't actually need that now. There's no other units. So that actually does damage to dudes too, I think. Getting hung up on corners and such. Alright, we'll rip. What is my XP multiplier? Oh, this is for runes, I guess. It wants me to rune it. Oh, we got it. Why does it say unique tome? That's a hematopus. What are you talking about? Is it a tome written on hematopus skin? Add that to my hematopus collection. Alright. Skills. Let's go with starting goal. Alright. So we actually didn't. It's. Okay, so the gold doesn't mean you did all the things. It just means you did it without damage. Thanks for coming by the stream. Good luck with your project. Rush all and then send in the bison. Yeah. All right, what's our objective here? Clear the map within 4 minutes. Which again means aggressively rush. Oh, it's this one. All right, well, we have many more tools to work with than we had last time. But we're going to do a similar thing. We're just going to, except much more deadly this time. We're just going to own right here. Just going to own. And then we're going to own. And then we're going to own. And then, like if we opened the vault before, I guess the best we get from it is money? Like, I don't even know. We're going to want something here to slow people, that's for sure. And fact, before the extra ownage, let's do a freeze here. Okay. Clear the map within 4 minutes. Well, balloons. Frickin' balloons. We don't like balloons. Damn it. So many balloons. Okay, so this one is going to damage already chilled guys and shatter. There we go. You know what? Let's get a lich here. They're just holding the line. And then we're going to have another spiky here. We're going to go damage, damage, twice. Oh shit. Good thing we handled that. Thanks, Spirit Guardians. Okay, we got to clear in 4 minutes, so let's get a move on. Get some balloons with those. Oh, gold map. Okay. Victory. All right, uncommon map. Oh, that's not gold. Never mind. I saw the gold frame and I was like, oh, gold map. No, that's not what it was. I'll take that. Probably the skill point would have been better because that's 100 starting gold. Yeah, skill point would have been better. Soul Harvester. Don't have that. Let's try this out. 3 minutes, 50k or more XP. We'll put some runes on. Phasing sounds scary. Let's just put a bunch of these on. So, what's going on here? What's going on is we're setting up a defense right in front of this door, and we don't care about anything else. Oh no! Wait. I picked really unfortunate runes. Hold on. Are my runes going to be locked? Oh, my runes are going to be locked. But they're all... let's see. They're all gray runes, right? Okay, that's fine. That one's locked. Because it's not gray, right? Gray ones, we don't care. Wait, which one was that? Mastery levels and starting gold bonus for half. No. Okay, this one. Screw that one. Okay. Here we go. Oh, it unned my things. Okay, so we want this. We want this. And we'll take that. We'll take that. We're taking our standard things. What goes in the last slot? Why is our barricade only levels? Let's fix that. Like, I don't even know what you can do with barricade. Alright. We're not going to use this in this map, probably. What is this, 3 nights in a row? I'm digging this game, yeah. I'm digging the game. Okay, we're gonna put this and that. And we don't, you know, in the past we were like, oh, let's make the enemies snake around. We don't care. Oh wait, we can't build here though, can we? Oh, we can, okay. All right. So what happens is just super Snowpiercer. You know how much we like the Snowpiercer. And then, screw it. Axe trap. And then we're going to put a little guard. Oh, we don't have money for a guard. But like, you know, chances are someone's going to end up here eventually. We'll start with this. What is this? Because that was in a different place last time. What if I build a... I don't know what that is. Okay, clear the map within 3 minutes. Looks like a flower. It does look like a flower, but it was in a different place on the map before. All right. I don't like that bug. We got to get going. We're actually gonna okay, we're gonna make the 3 minutes. Well, maybe not if these guys take forever. Linux died on one of your PCs. Rare rune, gear, common. Alright, we did our missions. It's kind of fun, even though the levels are pretty easy at this point. Like... it's nice just going back and doing them, you know. Alright. Trap damage for a couple traps. Not that great though. I could craft 9 brown things. It's just I kind of want a couple of these in case I decide to use pusher traps and stuff. Good night. Oh, it's 1 a.m. already. Oh my god. Alright, we're gonna clear this map with no damage taken. With frosticles. Alright. Uh-oh. Damn it, bro. You're gonna think about this. Handled. Situation handled. Oh, did I have all my runes enabled still? The gray ones that don't disappear? Might have. Might have. No. I didn't. All right. Let's play this. Agony Realm. The Agony Realm. We are venturing into the... that's another minecart. Okay, well... that's interesting. There's like literally... one way to go. I can't build anything there. What happened to all my starting gold? Thought I was supposed to have over 5,000. Anyway. Okay, we're going to put a block here, and we're just going to hold everybody off here. That's just going to how it's going to be. We're going to double block this in case somebody starts busting it. We're going to Snowpiercer here. We're gonna we could do this entertaining thing. See, I just don't want to throw anybody across, is my problem. We're just going to start with that. And we're going to see where it goes. These guys are going to be sorry when they get out. So maybe not, because Snowpiercer won't shoot at them yet. There we go. That's what we were waiting for. Wait, oh, those guys came from the other place. Damn it, bro. Alright. We need some defenses here. That is for sure. Should have just done everything right here, honestly. I'm in trouble from these guys. I don't understand what damages these guys. Is it crossfire? It seems like it might be damage coming in from multiple directions. I don't know, though. Look at all these dudes just coming in here. No, no, you're not welcome. We don't want you here. Just please leave. You do not have my consent to enter this realm. You've obviously never heard of consent culture. I don't see the point of the fire tower. I tried using the fire tower on these log dudes because that seemed to make sense. Because they're logs, so they should burn. Didn't do anything. Didn't do a damn thing. And like, dude, my bolters are so good. Maybe when I play like higher levels, I'm gonna need some fire towers or something. But right now I just own dudes and it's fine. Like, why would I put a fire tower? Ding, ding, ding. Fire towers use the welcoming mat. Well, you know, different people have different traditions and cultures of how to welcome people, you know? I haven't looked at this. I don't know what the powers are. We'll do one more level. I'm getting really tired. Do not lose any life. We'll give that a try. Oh, this one. Okay. We're going to have this be our main way in. We're going to guard... Okay, we're going to wall this off. We're going to guard it with a bolter so people don't do bad things. In fact, we're going to do the plan about throwing guys in the air. And then the question is, what do we do? I guess all the guys come this way. So we set up Snowpiercer here. Put a thing there. Then the question is, what does this do? Explodes upon destruction. Oh, you can get multiple 2 golds per second and they get cheaper. I think. A little bit. It will be rebuilt in 20 seconds. That's useful, although 20 seconds is a long time in this game, honestly. Oh, that is dope. That is dope. Although, I think that and the rebuilt in 20 seconds are mutually exclusive. The problem is, as soon as one of these fatty fat vehicles shows up, it's going to destroy this. So I don't know what to think about that, but maybe it won't destroy this if this is open. Oh man, these guys are gonna hose all of this. This is actually maybe not a good place to build all my stuff. It'll be fine for the beginning. We're actually gonna need to defend this. Okay, you know what we actually do? Sell this. We put our master platform here. Health. I should have had it generating gold, but we're going to kind of health. Trap foundation. And then we're going to put our Snowpiercer on that. And it's going to shoot out this way. And everyone's going to be sad that they messed with us. Even the dwarf bombers are going to be sad they messed with us. Alright. Alright, so now I'm going to sell this guy. Honestly, actually, this guy probably shouldn't have been Penetrator. He probably should have been. I still want to keep wasting money rebuilding that guy, but I wish I had a clear picture of how much it costs. Like, I guess I could be trying to defend these, but I don't care. We're taking no damage, that's what we're doing today. Uh-oh, dwarf bombers. Oh yeah. You guys wish you could dwarf bomb right now. More like dwarf losers. Dwarf losers. It's an expensive kill. Well, I think bombers get set off by lightning. We weren't shooting any lightning. We were just shooting frost bolts. Lightning might be an easier way to set them off by a chain reaction, but we were just frost bolting those guys. I think maybe if you kill one of them, he blows up and then starts a chain reaction. I think that is it. I am very tired now. That is it for this evening. We didn't really play much in the way of new levels. We just kind of went through old levels and got him gold and stuff. Maybe we'll play this next time. If you don't go frost, you get the lightning damage. Oh, on the bolts? All right. Thank you, everybody, and I'll see you later.